Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium for the last game in the third round of the Women's T20 Blaze. Yes, we have Barbados playing against Guyana. Barbados haven't won a game as yet, so they'll probably like to start that tonight to open up proceedings here. Fraser for Guyana with ball in hand. And to start things off here with me tonight is Stacey. She was sort of missing for the second part of today's game, but she's here now, and I'm glad to have her in my company. How are you doing tonight, Stacey?
I'm doing well, Kesrick. How are you doing yourself? Hello to everyone.
Well, it was a long day. We had some really entertaining game today, Stacey. Pretty sure from where you were sitting, you heard a few things about the game today. But if you missed it, Windward Islands won their first game today against Trinidad, the team that was unbeaten throughout the tournament. But they really played a good game. Thanks to Noel. Played a really good innings in the back end, bringing back that game for her team. And that's really, really well done by her. But it's not really about Windwards and Trinidad now. It's about Barbados and Guyana. Guyana so far in the tournament have really played some good cricket. Really the team, I would say, that really execute the three facets of the game nicely. Batting, bowling, and fielding. Some notable players: Fraser, Munisa, Gajnabi, and Captain Campbell.
Yeah, don't forget Grimman, who gives them a good start as well with the bat. But the news here is that Guyana, they won the toss, decided to have a bowl force. No surprises?
Definitely no surprises there. They have been batting well, batting second, like the fact that you mentioned Grimman as well. She hits the ball with some good power throughout the tournament. First delivery from Fraser off the edge. Knight finding the edge of the bat. Well, there's a change at the top for Barbados. After losing 2 games, the skipper decided to come at the top. You mentioned as well, Stacey, that she's the type of player that likes the ball coming onto her bat. So her coming at the top is something different, but I think it's a smarter move here by Barbados.
Yeah, looking to do something different, Barbados. After losing their first 2 encounters, they're at the bottom of the table, just 1 point to their name. So they're hoping that this opening combination can give them a good start, the start that they've been after in this tournament.
Yeah, they need to get things moving. Not sure how they're going to do it against Guyana. Because so far, well, look at that follow-through, Stacey. She's almost in the batter's face.
Yeah, wonderful delivery from Fraser. Good pace, good seam position. Look at that. Just barely passing the outside edge of Trisha and Holder. Good seam to start there from Fraser. Yeah,
definitely. You could see the good follow-through. Normally, when she bowls that good delivery, you could only see the red hair going down. That means she's bowling well. Good follow-through from her. Again, that inward movement. The delivery before moved away from Holder. That delivery coming in. It's a good seam position here by Fraser. She's doing a fine job.
Yeah, Barbados, they'll want to get things started in this tournament with bat in hand. Haven't had good returns with the bat so far in this tournament.
Yes, outside. Just pitching that one just outside the line. Holder just easing into that one, opening the face at the last minute with all intention to get it behind point at connection. You can see it here.
Yeah, really well played from Holder. Opening the face of the bat, as you mentioned, to get off the mark, picking up 2 runs as well. Good execution.
Again, straight to the field at point. Looks like Gajnabi. Usually give the start that the Guyana team needs, Fraser. This one fuller and under stump. Just flicked out to square leg, looking for 2. Easy 2. Good work there by Munisa.
Yeah, that one just finishing on the line of the leg stump, and you expect Trishan Holder to capitalize, starting to spin, sorry, I beg your pardon, seem to be an area of strength for her. And she's up and running. She has 4 runs to her name, Trishan Holder. But I'll give you the team shortly. There's one change for Barbados. Ebony Brathwaite is making her debut today, the young under-19 player. She's replacing Alyssa Scantlebury. So you have Trishan Holder, Kaishona Knight, Kaisia Knight, Asabi Calendar, Shanika Bruce, Alison Gordon, Tiani Herbert Mayers, Shamilia Connell, Naijani Cumberbatch, Killia Elliott, and that one change of Ebony Brathwaite replacing Alyssa Scantlebury. So a change at the top of the order for Barbados. Also a change in the way Guyana operates. Plafiana Millington, she's not opening the bowling today. You have Grimmond, who's taking up that position.
First delivery is a bit short. Looks like anything Guyana does in this tournament turn to goal.
Yeah, in fact, Plafiana Millington is not playing today. Hasn't had the best of starts in the tournament, not what they've grown accustomed to from her Guyana.
Wide delivery. It's always tricky coming from around the wicket if you're not spinning the ball. Sometimes the angle can just take it down the leg side. But if you are spinning the ball as a spinner coming from around, it's always going to cause some problem for the batter. Down the gong is nice, missing every single thing. They could get 2 here, going through the keeper.
Yeah, and missed everything. It's also a missed opportunity for Guyana. Could have seen the back of Kaisia Knight there had the keeper collected cleanly. Campbell behind the stump tonight. Mandy Mangru kept in the first 2 games.
Yeah, picking up that position that we know she hold for a while. Does it for West Indies as well. I love the intent to score here from Barbados. You could see something different from them. Knight's actually looking to score. Had a conversation with few of the Trinidad players after their game. And I did make a couple suggestions to them in what they can do with their batting, because clearly their bowling is really a good sight to see. Not saying their batting is not good, but it's just an intent. That's all we want to see, intent to score. Not really seeing that from Trinidad team. Giving herself a bit of room is nice. But a dot to finish, the score is just 8 without loss.
Yeah, and when we say intent to score, we don't just mean boundary hitting. It's the urgency between the wickets. It's the running of the singles, the picking up the 2s on offer as well. It's not just boundary hitting. You've seen a number of the teams in the tournament. They keep going hard, some of them, and then when they go hard at the top, lose all the wickets, they then decide to recalibrate, and recalibration looks like pacing a number of dot deliveries rather than walking the ball around and picking up the singles. A lot of them get stuck in that routine.
Something that we failed to mention throughout the tournament as well. A good delivery from Fraser. It's the fact that a lot of teams, they are picking up bowling points in the power play. But we'll try to get that graphics for you so that you can read it on the screen, where you can see how teams can pick up points with the bat and the ball. I think there's also points for a run out as well, Stacey.
Yeah, the only team that has picked up a batting point in the power play is Leeward Islands. They managed to,
no surprise
I think, Windward Islands did as well, because the game was curtailed. They had to face 13 overs instead, and they had a good start, 21 in the power play. So they managed to pick that up there. But if it was 20 overs, you had to have a net run rate of 7 runs per over. And Leeward Islands, they managed to achieve that in the game versus Barbados.
I really don't want to talk about the game this morning, Stacey, but every time I see something or hear something, I always have to bring it back to that game that we saw this morning between the Leewards and Jamaica, and what we saw from Joseph and how she played. I was asking in the second game, I was asking my co-commentator, I think it was Alanson, because we had that conversation a couple of days ago. What are the plans that's been set by coaches with the teams before they come out to bat? So we were wondering, is it a case of the plans are not clear by the coaches to the teams, or for Joseph, it is just her way of playing cricket?
I think that's just her way. But you look at the Leeward Islands team, they have the most power in their batting lineup. In terms of the players that can strike the ball and strike it far, they have the most. I'll name them for you in a moment. You have at the top Guyana, Melissa Clark. She hasn't gotten off, but I've seen her ability to strike the ball far. Hector is coming in at 3. You saw what she can do against when she played against Barbados. You also have Jazara Claxton. She hasn't yet gotten off in the tournament, but she has the ability as well to strike the ball. You can actually
see it.
Amanda Edwards as well. You saw the 2 sixes that she hit against Guyana when they played.
Well, there's the keeper, Bryce.
Yeah, that's good running from Trisha and Holder. And that is what I was about to say. So, Leeward Islands, they have the power in their lineup. Not a lot of the other teams can say that they do. So, what they need to do is keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and put the bad deliveries away when it's on offer.
Yeah, our conversations had a wrong how Brittany Cooper played as well in today's game. 53 deliveries, just making 18 or so. With a batter of her experience, you would like to say you need to see better from her, understanding that in the last 2 games, she played a very important role in terms of getting Trinidad over the line. From a batting standpoint, she scored some runs in the first game and played a very important knock in that second game to bring them that victory against Jamaica. But in this game today, 53 deliveries, only scoring at least probably about 18 to 19 runs or so, you would definitely say is unacceptable for your senior batter. So the problem is not really a lot of these girls not being able to score runs. It's just the intent. We know that they can play, but it's just the intent to score. It's like they're just scared of failure. Trying to sweep that one is Holder. Good work, Van Mangro.
Well, so far, by way of wickets, you say that Barbados has a good start. Usually, by now, they've already lost one of the openers. So, this is something for them to work with. It's about building on this start that they have. Yes, it's just 12 runs within the 4th over, but they can work to build on this.
Almost said that. You spoke a bit too fast, Stacey, but well.
I think some Barbados spectators would have been cursing my name had she been dismissed there.
Oh, that commentator, Stacey. That's what they would have been saying. Short, cut away by night. You could see the difference in wicket keeping from Campbell. How clean she picked that up. But remember also that the average score here in the power play in this tournament is somewhere between 19 and 24, somewhere between there. We'll try to get the correct figure for you. But that is really unacceptable at this level, in this tournament. Sweeping nicely is Holder. And this is something that Guyana noticed as well. She usually starts well with pace, and immediately they bring spin on.
Well, that was a given. Guyana, they operate predominantly with a lot of spin in their bowling attack. You probably see the likes of Gajna coming later on as well. but you expect them to continue with spin. They also have Ashmini Munisa and Naya Lachman to come.
Munisa just reminds me a little bit of Monty Panasar. How she bowls.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the tactics used by Guyana tonight in terms of their bowling plans. Usually, Plaffy and Millington will bowl for quarter of overs. But with her out tonight, I'm looking to see the different options that they go to in this bowling display.
Well, this is a third over. Not bowling badly at all, Fraser. Probably would have guessed that. They probably would have held her back for one. Probably in the middle and then another one in the back end. Advancing down the pitch. Not a lot of baton to it, just trickling it down to for fine leg area. Fielder down at fine leg there is Retimaya, that is, sorry, Retimaya. I don't know if she have any connection with Hetimaya. Shemran Hetmaya.
Those are two different names, Keswick. Who knows? Maybe.
You never know, Stacey.
From Guyana as well.
We usually call him Hetimaya. That's what we call him in the West Indies team, Hetimaya. Retimaya. We'll definitely have a conversation after, Stacey.
Yeah, you see the difference in the timing when the pace is on the ball for Josh and Holder. The timing is so much better when compared to playing the spinners.
Yeah, she looks at ease whenever she's playing the pacers. Just not really timing the ball nicely against the spinners. Saw that in a few games. Against the pacers, when she starts against the pacers, she's more comfortable against the pacers. Wow, beautiful. Without the glove, with the glove, Mangru showing some talent. Really good catch from her.
Yeah, wonderful grab there from Mandy Mangru to give Cherry and Fraser her first wicket in this tournament. She's bowled well, Cherry and Fraser, just not able to have luck on her side to pick up a wicket, but the safe hands of Mandy Mangru ensures that she picks up her first.
Yeah, really a stunner to dismiss a good batter in night. That is the energy that you want in the field here, Guyana. Picking up their first wicket in the power play. Celebrations here for Guyana. Probably did a little bit of damage to herself as well, Mangru. But guess what? All that for the team.
Yeah, importantly, she held on. New batter is Ebony Brathwaite, making her debut tonight. Under 19 player. Looking forward to see what she has to offer. Yeah, you look at Cherry and Fraser operating this tournament, and it's quite surprising that this is her first wicket. She's bowled in really good areas. Her pace has been good also. Just not able to get a wicket, Fraser. On that occasion, a delivery, you might say, is an innocuous one, picking up the wicket. It was short of a length. I think Kaisia Knight connected well, but the fielder was in her way.
Yeah, as a West Indies player, it's good to see that she stuck to her guns. Some bowlers, the fact that they're playing international cricket and not picking up a wicket in your third game probably might get a little bit frustrating, but she stuck to her guns, continued to hit good areas. Yeah, well done to her. First wicket for her in the tournament, but she has been bowling well. Brings Brathwaite to the crease. Looking very strong as well. Something that we're accustomed to see with the Brathwaite in Barbados. It reminds me of Carlos Brathwaite and Zion Brathwaite.
Faces her first delivery at this level. It's a waft outside the off stump. She's not yet off the mark. Usually playing your first game, that all important one run. Kesrick. Similar delivery.
Similar shot as well.
Missing it completely. Brathwaite, she survives. Barbados 15 for 1 after 5 overs.
Well, it's a chief destroyer for Guyana. Munisa with ball in hand. Not too surprised there. Usually she picks up the ball in the power play. She's bowling the last over in the power play now. Usually picks up early wickets whenever she bowls. Holder is on strike as well. Someone who don't really to favor the spinners. Likes the ball coming onto the bat. First delivery from Munisa. Straight. Just pushing that one on to the onside. To continue proceedings here with me tonight is none other, because I have to bring him in well. Mr. Cruikshank, how are you doing tonight?
Yes, good night to you, Kesrick, and good night to all of yours.
Usually the chief destroyer is Munisa. They will need her to come up chumps tonight again. Whenever the skipper calls on her, she usually answers. Again, something that is plaguing the tournament, Alan, is the dot balls. The need to work on finding the gaps, being able to rotate the strike. Trying to sweep that one is Holder. Or just pitch outside the line.
Yeah, just looking at the replay now. Bouncing action from Munisa. Off spinner. Just striking outside line of off stump. So good decision there from umpire by him.
Good work from him. The sweep shot is out again.
Yeah, the Guyanese team, they look very sharp in the field. It's very important.
That one just pushed down the ground by Brathwaite. So a dot to finish.
It's a dot to end the 6th over. So the end of the power play, run rate is only 2.67. So just 2 2/3 runs per over. So again, we see the very sedate start here in the power play, even though there's only one wicket that has fallen. And this is something that the teams will have to work on. It's a key part of the game. You want to see at least a minimum of 6 runs and over in the power play.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, Alan. But that's not what we're seeing. As mentioned before, the average score in this tournament in the power play is somewhere between 17 and about 24, 26 or so. We're trying to get the correct number. Now Lachman is with ball in hand. Dot. That's the most important thing. Dot deliveries.
Yeah, Ola is looking to play that sweep shot. She has played it a few times, not successfully.
There's a lot to like about Holder still, even though that she's not really connecting in terms of her shot making. But she's usually the type of player that gets on top of the ball nicely whenever she's punching it. So there's a lot to like about her. She just needs to get some scores.
It seems to be quite organized technically.
Just something about Bradway that I'm seeing. Every time she plays that, the ball, her front leg is being pulled away from the shot, so she's not really coming into the ball. She's playing the shot and pulling away her front leg. That is not really going to give you the power that you want. This time punching it through cover. Would pick up 2.
So 2 runs there to Bradway. Against the leg spin as well, you want to get as close to the line as possible, as long as it's not the googly.
Yeah, well, she's off the mark with that shot. Hitting this one straight back at the bowler. Hits her hand. A drop catch. You need to grab those. Probably one of the simplest of catches.
Campbell looks very disappointed behind the wicket.
Yeah, she's just changing up the field a bit, asking Mentor to go back to long off. And push down the ground nicely for a single. Smart, really well done from Brathwaite. But it's a single to finish. The score is 20 for 1 after 7 overs.
It's 20 for 1, as we mentioned. Slow start here, as we have seen in most of the games in this competition. From this point going forward, Barbados probably will be thinking of maybe 120, 100, 110 as a minimum marker. A bit disappointing in the tournament that we have not seen scores of around 140 or 150 too often. But that should be the aim, I think, in the 2020 competition at this level.
Nice turn, sharply. It is definitely something that we were expecting in this female tournament. Scores of around 120, 130 would be something that we would have been looking for. We're not really seeing that. Average score in this tournament is around the 70s. With the way how the Leeward Islands is batting, I'm pretty sure that if they do bat first and Joseph gets off, Hector gets off, and then Edwards and Klaskan to sort of finish the innings well for them, they would get up to about a 140. Joseph really went into beast mode today, spanking at all parts of the ground. Who would have really expected that 17 to get off the last over? She made it look easy.
Power is something that in the shortened form of the game is really a huge asset.
What an addition to Leeward's cricket. Trying to sweep again, playing that sweep shot a lot. By now I'm thinking she probably would have understand that it's not happening for her with the sweep shot. Probably would have played a different shot, do something different. She's not scoring off that shot either. Good work by Fraser. Not sure if she get her pants from a different clothing company. think she makes some special alteration to her cricket clothes.
That's quite possible.
Very possible. Reminds me a little bit of a national player here in St. Vincent, Elron Lewis. Always fitted. There's another dot to finish the over.
Yes, just a single of that over. Monisa so far having figures of 2 overs, none for 2. Excellent start from her. So only going for 1 run per over. This basically continues the trend. So 12 overs remain. They are 21 for 1. And they have 9 wickets in hand. They really should be trying to accelerate from this point forward, given that they have so many wickets in hand. You'll have to contend with the bowling of Latchman. So that one is caught at cover. Looking to punch that one off the back foot was Brathwaite. Hitting it one uppishly. And it was a very good catch there from Rettimaya. Diving forward. And as I said before, the Guyanese, they have looked very sharp in the field. And this continues that trend.
Diving around his Guyana. Celebration City. Brathwaite has to go. Another wicket for Guyana. They're doing a fantastic job here with ball. We mentioned they are probably the only team in this tournament that have played all facets of the game well. Batting, fielding, and bowling. Good catch by Rettimaya.
So it was just a bit uppish from Brathwaite. As you mentioned before, and as we have alluded to, she just pulls away from that back foot shot while she's executing it, which means that she doesn't get her weight going into the shot. So any slight mistiming will get it going uppishly to the offside, and so it happened on that occasion, and it saw the back of Brathwaite dismissed for a score of 4.
Yeah, we mentioned it early, Allenson, the fact that whenever she plays the ball to the offside, that front leg is not really getting into the shot. So you will lose a lot of power when you're jogging that front foot backwards. You're always going to find yourself hitting the ball through covers, but in the air. So fielders at extra cover and cover would always be in play when she's at the crease. Cumberbatch now. Nai Cumberbatch now is at the crease. She has a job to do with her skipper. Guyana looks in complete control. Just remember that Latchman's best spell is 4 for 8. So really and truly the spin attack here for Guyana is really one to talk about, and how they have really dominated this tournament so far. Really nicely played from the skipper. Just guiding that one down to third man. Would pick up 2. She played that right off the stump. That's playing that very late, his holder.
Yeah, she just went with the turn. She looked at it off the pitch. It was going away. Just opening the face for 2 runs in the vacant third era. Nice.
Taking it around nicely, his holder. It is something that I've noticed as well, Alan. Most of the teams are playing without a third man. Well, I should say, I don't even know what to say because I can't say third man. Or can I, Allenson? Short third. Let's keep it there.
So at the end of over 9, it's 25 for 2. Barbados really being held here almost at ransom by the Guyana team. They have the squeeze firmly upon them. So Munisa will be continuing. Some slight change in the personnel in the field. There's a fielder at long on and one at deep mid wicket. There's a sweeper cover. Those are the 3 outside of the circle. They can have 5 outside of the circle.
Sweeping again his holder. Scrambling through for a single. Get there in the end safely.
It's a shot that she has employed several times tonight. Hasn't really middled one just yet.
Makes me remember myself playing the sweep shot when you're in doubt sweep. But it's a shot that she have used regularly tonight. Haven't made connection as yet. This is some good stuff from Munisa. This is a 3rd over. Just 3 runs from her spell. Loud appeal. I'm just walking away.
That's an interesting shot there from Corbash. She was nowhere near the pitch, but looking to go over long on. She'd be well advised to get closer to those deliveries because they are extracting some turn on this wicket, the Guyanese spinners.
And what is important, especially on this pitch, is the pace in which you bowl with. And what these females are bowling with is the right pace, which is helping them to spin the ball. We saw that today from Afi Fletcher with her class, and we're seeing that tonight from Munisa. Sharp turn. It's the marks to go down that deep square leg boundary. No fine leg in place, no third man, 2 backward point.
So after 10 overs, Barbados, they are 27 for 2. We'll take a short break for some water and other refreshments, and then we'll be back.
Welcome back to Annisville Playing Field for the second half of this encounter between, well, not the second half, but the second half of Barbados batting innings. Currently 27 for 2 after 10 overs. The spinners for Guyana, they have the stronger hold on these Barbados batters. Today we are seeing some turn on the surface. We didn't see that for the other pitch that was used for the first 2 rounds. Latchman and the other spinners, they're doing quite well. With me, Mr. Allenson Cruikshank. Were you a spinner in your day, Allenson?
Not at all. It'd be an embarrassment to the spin bowling fraternity if I were.
Yeah, so Cumberbatch is on strike. Gets neatly forward, but can't beat the fielder at mid-off. Yeah, Cumberbatch, she's looked good. I don't want to jinx her at all, of course. But in the 2 innings that she's played so far, she's looked quite assured in her process and her execution. There, they managed to squeeze a single.
Yeah, she seems to have a fairly good technique and gets close enough to the ball. But what I'm noticing from her is that she wants to hit the ball. You can see that she has that aggressive instinct. But against these spinners, because they're turning the ball that much, the only way that you're going to do that is if you get something very short, or if you get to the pitch, whether you advance on the wicket or something like that, or even if you give yourself probably room in the crease or something. But if you are standing there as a target and they're bowling this well in terms of their lines and lengths, then it's going to be very difficult.
Hold on strike now. Has looked to use that sweep shot tonight, Holder. I'll give it to her that at least she's trying something different to the spinners tonight. It's not an area of strength for her, but she's trying something different using the spin. And the spin comes out and it brings about her demise as well. The sweep shot, I beg your pardon. That time sweeping a bit too high up on the bat. Wasn't in any great position to make any good connection there.
Yeah, we've seen this from her on a couple of occasions. She just swept standing, really. Didn't really get low. And when you get low, when you don't get low, what can happen is that you can misjudge the length of the ball and the bounce because your eyes are not close to the level of the ball while playing the shot. So you could see there that was a case for Holder. Fighting innings, but dismissed for 13 off 29.
Yeah,
another key strike for Guyana.
Yeah, got some bounce on it as well, and she got down to sweep and probably was in 2 minds in the end as to whether she should go through with the shot. Probably would have been advised actually pulling out of it. Because when she realized that it wasn't the type of deliveries to sweep, she still went through with the shot because it had some extra bounce on it. And Retty Meyer took a simple catch. Well, Marks, I beg your pardon. New batter now, Kaishona Knight.
So, Knight's sister comes to the crease.
All right, we are almost playing it to that fielder, short mid-wicket, Retty Meyer. Almost in business there.
Yeah, I've wondered about the name because we often hear persons in Guyana refer to Hetmeyer as Hetty Meyer, and I'm wondering if it's because they know the name Retty Meyer, and so then they just refer to him as Hetty Meyer.
Play on a miss outside the half stump. You can see some frustration creeping in. Najani Cumberbatch in this inning. She's 3 of 10 deliveries, and after 11, Barbados 29 for 3.
It's 29 for 3, and with 9 overs remaining. Several overs still remaining from spinners. Possibly we have one more from Latchman, one more from Munisa, and there are other spinners that they can turn to. So it'll be interesting to see how many they will get to. With 9 overs remaining, Stacey, how many do you think that Barbados may be looking for from these remaining 9?
I think I'll be bad at guessing from here. A lot will rely on this partnership. I'll say Kaishona Knight being a left-handed batter, facing up to Nia Latchman. Hopefully, well, she just has 1 over remaining. She'll have to face a lot of off spinners to come. I see Tramin Marks with ball in hand Haven't seen her at this level bowling. Let's see what she does. That one kept low, unable to hold on to it to stop it, and then come through for a bye.
Yes, not a lot of pace on that delivery. Almost bouncing again to a second time before it got to the keeper, Campbell. So just left to observe maybe a few more deliveries from her, as we said. Haven't seen her before.
Nice connection there from Kamabach. Won't get to the boundary, but did enough to get it over that fielder. Good elevation from her to get two. And they can squeeze a third. Yes, they can, but Kaishona Knight just sends her back. I wonder if the ball touched her on the way through and she decided that they shouldn't take the third.
Well, I would love to think that that is the case, because if it were not so, then I think that she really missed out on a second run and a third run there.
Getting down, looking to sweep very early. Premeditated that one, but it's been called wide.
It's the broom coming out. Seems to be the preferred option so far of the Barbados batters against the spin in this innings.
Hitting this one down the ground. Excellent work there by the fielder, Mandy Mangru, to cut it off. But you see the difference in approach from Kamabach to Tremaine Marks, recognizing that this is her first over, and you don't mind her taking the attack to this newer bowler just to throw her off in this. I think that's a good approach from her so far. Another sweep shot. Wait on the signal from umpire Afram Bayam. Seem to have got some baton to that one, Kaishona Knight.
Again, I'm just going to comment on the feeling of the Guyanese team. So Mangru there effecting that excellent save. They have really looked sharp tonight in the field. Very mobile as well.
This time she looks to go big. Has she found the gap? No. Gajnabi runs around this time. More good fielding from them. Oh no. It's an overthrow. They look for a second and they effect the run out. Oh my goodness. Yes, she's gone. So not a great throw from Grimman, but good reflexes from Campbell to take it in airborne and effect a run out. I mean, it's unbelievable. I thought the two was on, Alanson. I thought the two was on, but Kamabach has to go back.
I would disagree with you that two was on there, because when she has look at this. This is the part where you see two is not on. They have rested. And then you have to take into consideration where the ball goes. No, it is going straight to the field at cover. From there, the overthrow went straight to the field at cover. Even with a very high throw, that athletic take from Campbell, she was nowhere near the picture. So I don't think that they could have gotten to there.
Yeah, I also think her reaction was late to the two. I think the call came in. Kaishona Knight was already coming, and then she decided to set off. That's what I also saw on the picture.
Yeah, she never had two in mind. And
yeah, I think that's what it was.
I think that Knight, being the more experienced player, could have just said, well, she doesn't look like she's going to run, so it makes no sense for us to get run out now.
So Calendar in at number 5 has opened the batting for Barbados in the first 2 games. Has a chance now to build a partnership with Kaishona Knight. Mentioned the good fielding for Guyana. So even the poor throws results in a wicket for them. At the end of 12, Barbados 36 for 4.
And you mentioned a very good point there. Maybe against another team in the field, it would have been an easy 2. But you have to also consider who you're playing against. And so far, the Guyanese team, they have looked very sharp in the field. And as I mentioned, a very important word, mobile. They are quick over the ground, most of them. And that means that there's an added danger in trying to take them on in the field.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Alanson. They're looking to save every run, looking to take every catch. Guyana. It started with that first wicket that catch from Mandy Mangru that really set the pace for them. So Grimman now switching ends to Kaishona Knight to come through for a single. Oh, a direct hit would have been gone. Luckily for her, it wasn't a direct hit.
Telling you about this feeling team and went to the worst of all, probably the best of all of them, which is Mandy Mangru. It's like a little whippet in the field.
Yes, certainly so. And you saw she had the presence of mind to know that she had enough time to take aim, but just narrowly missing the stump there.
John T. Rhodes, Mangru.
Not a sweep shot, but goes straight to that fielder, Tremaine Marks.
So not a bad over so far again from Grimman. Just a couple of deliveries.
Yeah, now they come through for the single. This could be close. Oh, needed a direct hit there, Allenson.
I tell you what, it's almost as if there's a jitter every time they're going to run because they're looking at the fielding and they're thinking to themselves, every time I step onto my crease, I could be run out.
Some width offered there. And you still see the effort in the field. Grimman getting a hand to it, knocking it down, and Mentor does the cleaning up. So good teamwork from Guyana there on that occasion. Sweeping this time, there's a loud appeal, but certainly heading down leg.
It's umpire Williams signaling a leg by. So 39 for 4 the score. Ends the over actually on 40 for 4. So another 7 overs remaining. Where will they get to? Barbados. They have 6 wickets in hand. We saw in the previous game, being 6 down, the Windward Islands were able to chase a total of 72, although they were 6 down quite early in the piece. So is it a case where the Barbados lower middle order and their lower order can mount a comeback here in this game?
Yeah, you look at that first thing, that second match, Windward versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago almost pulling off a victory in that game with a very low total. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago as well, a very low total. Jamaica made 65 and they almost pull off a victory. So Tremaine Marks gets a second over. There's this one down the ground, Mandy Mangru into the action again.
She's everywhere. Live wire in the field, Mangru.
Yeah, well, this is good from Campbell, recognizing that she has a hold on things in terms of the scoring rate from Barbados. 4 wickets down as well. Tremaine Marks, she played in the first game versus Leeward Islands. Different opposition, so she didn't get the chance to bowl. It's good that she's given that opportunity to her young bowler to get into this tournament. This one full sweep shot. Mentor runs wrong. It'll stick. So it'll just be 2.
And that one just on the line of the leg stump. And I think the way that Marks is bowling may have been brought on by the captain really just to buy a wicket. The pressure has been built so much by the other bowlers at the front. Those who bowled in the first few overs. She's giving the ball generous flight. Almost saying, well, come at me. See what you can do because I know you need to get some runs quickly. And that may force the error.
Yeah, Cumberbatch, just before she was run out, was playing her well. She was taking her on, looking to hit the pocket. This one played out to extra cover. Grimman, very safe hands in the field, really, Anna Grimman. That brings you over to an end. Barbados, 44 for 4.
It's 44 for 4, 6 overs remaining. 36 deliveries. If they can get a runner ball, they will get to 80 runs, which will not mean that they're out of this game by any means based on what we have seen throughout the day. So they should not despair, but the Guyana team, they will be feeling very pleased with the position that they're in now. It looks like Latchman will be coming back to bowl. Has bowled very well up until this point. And she'll be bowling tonight.
Yeah, also the difference. Barbados, they have a predominantly pace-friendly attack in comparison to Guyana, who has only utilized one pacer so far.
Yes, saw they bowling off Fraser earlier in the innings. Very good seam bowler. International bowler as well.
And you'll expect, given what they say about matchups in cricket, that perhaps Kaishona Knight might take her chances to Nia Latchman, but the bowling has just been too good. Not able to get under that. This time she swivels and pull. That one was on the line of the leg stump, and they managed to come back for 2. Not a lot of boundaries hit in this innings. Sweeping again. Should look to get 2. I think they'll do so quite easily. Yeah, in fact, I mentioned not a lot of boundaries hit in the innings so far. There hasn't been any boundaries hit in this inning so far.
I wonder if that would be a record. If they get through the innings of a T20 game and not hit a boundary, that may be some type of record as we see. That's 4-1. Even a delivery like that then doesn't really get punished.
Yeah, that one certainly had to go. No signal from the umpire to say that if it was above waist height. So just a single to finish things off there. At the end of 15, Barbados 49 for 4.
It's 49 for 4. Barbados. Still 30 deliveries remaining. They're on 49. The question is, can they get to 80 or 75? As I'm replaced in the commentary box by Keswick Williams.
Yeah, Keswick, we've only seen one sign of seam today. Tonight, that is. We're seeing now the other seamer employed in Shabika Gajnabi. So welcome back, Keswick.
Good night, Stacey. As soon as I step into the com box, Here comes Gajnabi with a bit of pace. So it's pace in the comebacks and pace on the field. It's Gajnabi.
Yeah, she's been a very useful bowler for Guyana so far, in and amongst the threat of the spinners, along with Fraser. Varies her pace well, used, goes to those changes of pace, bowls some decent lengths as well. Gajnabi has been proven to be difficult to get away in this tournament so far.
Such a useful player, not just with the ball, but with bat as well. Gun feeler. So she's such a useful player for Guyana.
Yeah, what has also been in the favor of Guyana is the toss. Looking to go big but missing out. They've won all the tosses so far, and then they've inserted the opposition, restrict them to a low score, and then it's easy for them to play a measured sort of innings and chase it. And it's looking like a replica of what has happened so far in the other two games that they've played. One against Leeward Islands and the other against Windward Islands.
How lucky can they be? Things started from the toss. Diving effort, a good shot through the covers. Really good work from Mangu. She's just a breath of fresh air out there on the field. Whenever she runs for the ball, you can see that energy behind her. Remember, folks, she was the person with the glove earlier on in the tournament. The keeper who is keeping now in Campbell, she's normally a West Indies keeper. Wow. Did it stuck? Yes, it did. Wonderful. Electric, really. It was hit with some power, Stacey.
The good fielding is infectious, Kesrick. You wouldn't really, you see how the players are getting around Nia Latchman. She's not the swiftest in the field. She's not the best in the field. But she put up her hand and it stuck, pulling off a blinder in the end. Talk about good fielding on show, Kesrick. As I mentioned, it's passing on to all of the fielders out there in the middle.
Yes, indeed. Nia Latchman with that catch. It's only going to bring energy within the camp. Look at the celebrations out there.
Look at Fraser. She can't believe it. She's still rehearsing it. She's like, oh, wow. She just put up her hand and it stuck. Looked to be traveling some distance as well. That probably could have been the first boundary for Barbados, because it was hit hard.
It was traveling because it was hit between, well, if it did pass Latchman, it would have definitely gone between Fraser and the fielder out there, which is Munisa, which is at long off. Well, long on and deep mid wicket. So it definitely would have bisected both fielders and go into the boundary for 4. But Latchman just stuck out her hands there and made it look so easy. But it's 52 for 4 now.
Sometimes all you have to do is put your hands up, Kesrick.
Well, guess what? It's carnival season in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it's all about jump and wave now. So I guess she's just putting up her hands and wave.
There's a new batter, Shamilia Connell. She would know something about some spectacular grabs in that game against Leeward Islands. She put her hand down and pulled off a blinder herself. Was in no position to take it, but managed to hold on to it in the end.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good catch from her. Definitely up there for the catch of the tournament. But what we just saw from Latchman, yeah, you definitely have to have Retimaya inside that as well. Retimaya took a stunner today. This is really good work from them. Stacey did mention it's a bit infectious in terms of the feeling. Everybody is running around. Everybody has been taking gems out there. Sweeping again. It's night. Good work from Fraser.
Very strong throwing arm there from Fraser. straight to Campbell.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Normally the throws from the off the boundary usually a one bounce, but when you have your team up and they're feeling so well, just find strength all of a sudden. Look at the figures there, the Grimmen. Connell trying to go down the ground. Normally the delivery for off spinner Jim. The celebration for Guyana again. A little bit subtle this time, but it's a really good delivery from Grimmen. Trying to go down the ground is Connell, but those delivery, off spinner Jim delivery, she has to go back into the hut. The score now is 53-6.
Yeah, looking for quick runs. Obviously, that's what they need to get. They need to get this total up to something that could present some sort of a challenge. The way it is now, 53-6. Beaten in between bat and pad on that occasion. Connell has to go back without troubling the scorers. New batter now, Alison Gordon. Gordon has been a reliable ally to batters in the middle. Yeah, just a correction in terms of the... Yes, Alison Gordon, new batter now. Gets in a very awkward position, and it's a top edge, and Campbell takes it. No, Grimmen is on a hat trick. Yeah, that's how she's been playing, Alison. She's been walking across the crease, looking to take deliveries to the leg side. That occasion, just getting a top edge. Campbell accepts it gleefully. Another batter walks back. Tough going for Barbados in this innings tonight.
Yeah, definitely staring down the barrel here. Guyana really playing some good cricket, dominating in this regional women T20 blaze. Really the only team that have been blazing so far.
But I mean, after the display from Leeward Islands today, Kesrick, can't really say that Guyana has been the only team blazing in the tournament. Leeward Islands have certainly blazed through their last two games with bat in hand.
Someone really would knock me on the head for saying that, but I have my reasons for saying it in terms of the chief facets of the game. They have really dominated all three, batting, fielding and bowling. Today is a clear example of that, what we saw from them in the field. Leewards on the other hand, they're batting. But I don't have to tell you how that is going.
Maybe the only error from Guyana today in the field. Retima at that time just running past one. And Shanika Bruce is off the mark. Grimmen was on a hat trick in that over. She bowled a loose one on the pads of Bruce. So she finishes her spell. 4 overs bowled, just 7 runs and 2 wickets as well. So Gajnabi to continue. Picked up the wicket of Asabi Calendar in her first over. Wonderful catch from young Niall Latchman.
Just 2 overs in this game. Picked up 2 wickets already. Good job. We should just have to continue from there. This is our second over. What this team would have been like with a Matthews, a Dottin, and the Alia in the team. Dottin is home and nursing an injury. Alia is also nursing an injury. Skipper Matthews home on rest.
Well, they've done it before, Barbados. I can recall last year in the T20 Blaze versus Windward Islands. Trisha Holder fought with the bat, scored a half century, and they went on to win that game. That was without the likes of Hayley Matthews, Dottin. I think Alia was in the team, but she didn't contribute greatly to the score. So the young players stepped up in that game. So it's not something that's beyond them for the other players to step up. Kaisi and Kaishon and I played in that tournament, but they had to take a leave and without them in the lineup because Kaisi and Kaishon, they were doing well obviously in the tournament with bat in hand. Trisha and Holder stepped up in that game, taking Barbados to a victory.
Spoke about their feeling. We spoke about their feeling. Good pick up there from Mentor. He's down at short fine leg. Nice clean pickup. That shot could have gone anyway. One thing about their feeling as well, Stacey, is that they're always backing up each other. They're always looking to see if that ball would pass one of their, maybe their keeper or their bowler on the non-strikers end. So they're really supporting each other. 2 over 7 runs, just 1 wicket in the game. Really good returns here. Skipper Campbell just asking her strike bowler, her main bowler, her international bowler to bowl her last over. Fitting time as well, the 19th over. Probably going to see Gajnabi bowling the last over at the other end.
A very good bowling attack, Guyana. They've restricted teams well throughout this tournament so far. And as I say that, she bowls one wide.
You always do that, Stacey. Commentator curse. Bowler, good opening spell is Fraser. Slower delivery. She's a lot harder to pick in the back end. I really like how she operates, really like how she bowls in the back end. Her slower deliveries, and she do bowl to her field even better.
Yeah, showing off all her skills, Cherry and Fraser. Showing that she has what it takes to bowl at the back end, using her changes of pace on that occasion. That one a bit ill-directed. Couldn't get sufficient bat onto it. Kaishona Knight to collect the first boundary for Barbados in this innings.
The co-commentator again. I think she should stop saying nice things.
Perhaps I should, Kesrick.
Oh, amazing, amazing. A breath of fresh air. Really good from Fraser. That leg cutter. Move nothing but air. Is Bruce? This is good, Stacey.
Yeah, very well executed throw ball there from Fraser. Bruce thought she had a chance to latch on to that one, but such is the skills on display from Fraser, using her changes of pace well. Interestingly though, what has troubled her in this over so far is the seam-up delivery, bowling her stock delivery to the batters. The slower ones have been coming out quite well.
What Bruce has done so well is batting on off stump. Said it again, Stacey. Not even trying to get back. Good work from the skipper.
Yeah, not called a wide that time. Probably got something onto it.
Just 2 deliveries in this over. Another slow delivery. The slow dipping. Really well bowled here from Fraser. For someone who likes to bowl slow balls as well, I'm very happy that I'm seeing this sort of work from a premier fast bowler, someone who's played international cricket. This is good work from her.
I'll tell you what, Kesrick. I had 2 different expressions there. When the ball came out of her hand, I was like, oh my goodness. And then when it dipped, there was another oh my goodness, because I thought it was going to hit onto the stump. I thought that was going to be a full bonger, but it just dipped the last moment. So good dexterity on show here from Cherry and Fraser with ball in hand.
Immediately change your field as soon as Knight is on strike. Deep square leg, mid wicket and long on. And bang into the pitch. The quicker one. Good work there for Munisa. Both players having a laugh. Fraser and Mangru with Knights.
Well, they should be happy, Guyana. 1 more over remaining in this innings. Barbados 63 for 7. Yeah, Munisa to complete her spell. So they've opted to go with the spinner to finish things off here, Guyana.
A bit surprised that they're closing off with Munisa, but with the returns here, you really and truly with what we're seeing from Guyana. Giving herself a bit of room, cutting it through the offside. Fraser doing the work. Strong choke. Not clean enough. Just 2 runs.
Yeah, it's the last over, so you expect that Kaishona Knight will want to form the strike and try and maximize it as much as possible.
Changing the feel a bit there, asking Grimman to go on the boundary. Someone a little bit quicker at point in Fraser. Probably was expecting a good Janabi to finish. Down the pitch, goes Knight. Move nothing but air. Run out here. She's gone by the run out route.
Yeah.
Losing another wicket is Barbados. Not the time. Really, they control the entire innings. Is Guyana.
Yeah, she used her feet. She lost it somewhere. Didn't realize that she played it into her. Well, she realized that she played it into her leg, but didn't realize that it was so close to the stump. And advancing down the ground, looking probably to get a single. I wonder if that's a run out or a stump. Probably a run out in the end, but we'll get that later on. But importantly for Guyana, it's another wicket. Yeah, so she was a long way down, Kai Shona Knight, and she's been run out.
Barbados really not doing what we're really expecting of them in this tournament. We made mention of them missing some of their stars. Not sure if that's the reason, but they do perform well without their stars at times. Not seeing it in this tournament. Elliott is a new batter at the crease. This one just punch out to extra cover. Retty Meyer doing chase. Umpire Bayern just asking her to get the ball up. It's the last over, Stacey.
Yeah, last over for Barbados. 3 balls remaining. Can they get the score up to 70? Missing that one, Shanika Bruce. Looking to take that to the leg side. Gets an edge, but just lands in front of Truman Marks.
Just one delivery to go in this innings. Down the pitch goes Bruce. Hits it into the outfield. Not enough connection though. They only take one and they're going back for a second, but she's run out. Not the best of innings from Barbados. Really would have expected to do a lot more. But Guyana again with their bowling. Clinical performance from them. Skipper using the bowlers pretty well in Campbell. And they really came out. They executed well. Really good work from them. They have been doing pretty well throughout this tournament. With bat, with ball, and even better in the field. Barbados all out for 68. Well, we'll be back here to continue this game here between Barbados and Guyana in the next couple of minutes when Barbados come out with the ball and Guyana with the bat. We'll see you in a couple of minutes to continue proceedings.
Welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field where we have the final match of round 3 of the T20, Women's T20 Blaze here in the Caribbean. We have Barbados taking on Guyana. Guyana were able to restrict Barbados to 68 for 9 of their 20 overs. And so they will have a target of 69 to chase the Guyana team. And here with me in the commentary box is Stacey Ann. Good night to you, Stacey Ann.
Good night to you, Alanson, and hello to all the viewers out there. Barbados, 68 for 9. 73 dot balls, Alanson.
Wow, that's a lot. And that has been the story of the tournament so far. Sounds like we might be lamenting and saying it repeatedly, but it really is something that needs to be addressed.
And no fours hit in that, no boundaries, I should say, hit in that effort from Barbados of 68 for 9.
Yeah, and that's the other side of the coin, because if you're a boundary hitting team, you may argue that, well, I'm making up for the dots because I'm hitting boundaries. But if you're not hitting boundaries and then you still have a lot of dots, then really and truly you're not going anywhere.
Right, and I said this as well when Jamaica played Trinidad and Tobago. They had 75 dot balls when they made 65. And if you're able to score off of half of those dot balls, 40 of those dot balls from the 73 that they managed to face tonight, they'll get up to 100.
Yes, well, opening the bowling for Barbados is Connell.
Yeah, we saw Guyana use this new opening combination after the first game. Katana Mentor, she opened the batting. After her efforts in that game, she didn't really get off. They've gone to Ashmini Munisa to partner Liliana Grimmond at the other end.
Short delivery, lifting delivery. Reasonable pace there from Connell. Strongly built lady.
Yeah, heading into this match. Well, heading into today, Grimmond was second in terms of runs scored in the tournament, 63. Cooper was on top. I know some figures would be moved around after the first 2 encounters.
So Guyana off the mark. Grimmond punching that just wide and mid-on. Shortish delivery. Easier pace on that one than on the first delivery.
Yeah, what's been impressive with Grimmond in this series so far, she had most runs in the Super 50 tournament that was played earlier this year in St. Kitts, 234 runs, Grimmond. It's her intent to score. She doesn't like to be bogged down. She has attacking intent. Grimmond. So Munisa now to face her first delivery.
That's another lifting delivery there from Connell across the chest of Munisa. She was onto the front foot a bit early, so maybe Colin is saying to her, don't come forward too quickly.
Yes, indeed. And Connell mainly operates on that sort of length. So I think Ashmini should be expecting that.
In terms of the field, there's a deep fine leg and a deep third. Driving, but not timed. So yes, a deep fine leg, a deep third. There's a field at slip. There's a cover, backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and field at mid-wicket. So 6-3 offside field here for Connell. Looking to swat that one through the offside. Not too sure that is required, and I think that Grimmond is going to just have a chat to Munisa just to reinforce that.
Yeah, at least get close enough to it. Those deliveries on the line of off stump or just outside the off stump, I beg your pardon. And she wasn't close enough to that delivery that was previously bowled by Connell. That one kept going away from her and ended up being wide.
Two without loss after 5 deliveries. And another one that's outside the off stump, beaten outside the off stump. After 1 over, Guyana, they are 2 without loss. They're in pursuit of a total of 69.
A similarly line delivery to the few that she missed in the over previously, Ashmini Munisa, and she's having a change of the bat, hoping change of bat, change of luck.
Yeah, she'll be looking for that, given what transpired in that over. But I think that she's just been going a bit too hard at the deliveries. Could just wait on the delivery, use the pace, knock it around for some time. And then if she wants to expand later on when she's set, then she can do so.
Yeah, she's, as I mentioned, Katana Mentor opened the batting in the first game. She missed a number of deliveries just like that, particularly to Jazara Claxton when she operated, faced a number of dots. So Ashmini Munisa has to be careful that she doesn't fall into a similar fate as Katana Mentor did in that first outing, I beg your pardon.
So it's Herbert Myers, off spinner. Yanni Herbert Myers. A very slow delivery there to start. Tossed up. Another tossed up delivery. It's a full toss. Hit in the air. They have time for 2. So they take 1 on the throw. So that's very good running from the pair at the wicket. So.
Yeah, taking a page from their opposition book, Barbados, starting with spin at the other end, usually looks to Alison Gordon to open the bowling, along with Shanmelia Connell.
Some turn there. Slow, very slow in the air, but does get some grip off the pitch.
Yeah, I was about to say that was extremely slow from Thiani Herbert Myers. Could be an interesting contest if they manage to pick up a few wickets. They do have the leg spinner, Kelia Elliott, to come. Nigel Cumberbatch as well, bowl some off spin.
Quick single, well judged. Seems to be home quite safely. As a judge by umpire Byam, just comes in to repair the stumps.
Yeah, and this is good running from Grimmond. She missed the first delivery, wasn't able to get a single then, got close at that time and just played it late under her eyes, opened the face as well, dropping it into the offside. Not a lot of pace on it, and they come through for an easy single. So a lot of that will be required, especially if the fielders are deep on the edge of the 25-yard circle.
No, she's safe, but she has to be careful. She's supposed to run that bat in, Munisa. Cut firmly, but straight to the field at cover. Yeah, just on that previous single. Just running across the crease and then putting down the bat. So maybe just a second off. May have seen the back of Munisa. So she has to be very careful that she runs the bat in before she gets to the crease. Full toss, high in the air, should be caught. Oh my. Oh wow. Then it has to be Christmas for Ashmini Munisa because she just got that gift all wrapped up, but then she sent it back to the donor.
Christmas indeed, because Asabi Calendar drops it. This is her third drop catch in the tournament. 3 in as many games. Asabi Calendar not able to hold on to that one. Made good ground. Got hands to it, but just putting it down. Would have been a really good wicket for Barbados, striking very early in the power play.
Wow. Really should have snaffled that one. Should have been an easy catch. They will be very disappointed with that, Barbados team. But Munisa lives to fight another day and she'll be looking to make it count. Pulling off the front foot, should have at least 2. Monisa from this shot.
Yeah, that delivery a lot straighter than what Connell bowled to her in that first over. So she was able to make connection.
Short and looking for the pull. Loud appeal. She's caught behind his Monisa. Never really looked fully comfortable to that length. Not in a good position on the pull. And she's out caught behind of the bowling of Connell.
Yeah, smart bowling from Connell, looking to go upstairs, getting an edge, a feather through to Kaisi and Knight, who takes an easy catch. Umpire had no hesitation in raising his finger. And they pick up that early wicket that they were after. Barbados.
Yes, and we mentioned that she's coming forward quite early. Should be aware that the short ball can come. And she's premeditating that front foot lunge. And so she found herself really with no weight at all on the back foot, looking to pull a delivery that was quite high. We mentioned in the earlier delivery in this over, where she got that 2. She was able then to pull it through mid-wicket because it wasn't that high. But as soon as it starts getting high, once the weight is on the front foot, makes the shot a lot more tricky.
Yeah, quite interesting from Ashmini Munisa. If you've checked through the history and faced Shamilia Connell, you expect that sort of length to be employed. And she's a short player as well, Ashmini Munisa. So it doesn't take a lot for one of those deliveries to be threatening her body up over her shoulder.
Agreed, and the new batter is Gajnabi. Comes out to replace Monisa. Connell will be buoyed after that wicket.
I've watched Gajnabi bat in 2 games so far. And the first ball that she faced, she got a single to long on to get off the mark. That is how she got off the mark in the first 2 games. But mid-on is in the circle now.
Seems to shape quite nicely at the wicket. Good straight lines on that first delivery. Innings by Monisa just seemed a bit frenetic. He's down the pitch, looking to force this one down the ground. Waiting for the signal. There's no signal from umpire by him, so she's off the mark. Gajnabi. This one is over the short fine leg, goes all the way down to the boundary for 4. Short ball again, and this time it has been dispatched by Rialina. And she has struck the first boundary of this innings.
Yeah, good technique from Liliana Grimman. Swiveled and pulled it importantly, getting it over that fielder's head. Ebony Brathwaite. If you're going to bowl that length, you usually need protection at deep fine. And she's in the circle. And good connection from Liliana Grimman once more.
Slower delivery, but almost seemed to slow down the action there to bowl that slower delivery. So it was telegraphed.
Yeah, very obvious slower delivery from Shamilia Connell. Not bad in terms of an option to go to. They expect you to come quicker to them. Just taking some pace off it won't be a bad option if she can get it correct.
This one should be caught and bowl. So another wicket for Connell. She's among them. She's doing the business here for her team. And that's another big wicket.
Yeah, this time she decides, you know what? I'm just going to go with my stock delivery. And Fong Grimman wanting on that occasion. Could see him up delivery, tailing into Liliana Grimman. And getting a top edge. Takes a much simpler catch. I think she'll accept that Shamilia Connell. After that catch that she took versus Leeward Islands, when she looked like she was trying to get out of the way. On that occasion, a very simple grab and 2 wickets down. And Grimmon is dismissed very early as well. In the last 2 games for Guyana, Grimmon top scored, I believe, for them. She scored 33 in that first game versus Leeward Islands and scored 20 odd also versus Windward Islands.
Yes, it's shaping up to be an interesting start.
Well, 30, I beg your pardon, is what she scored against Windward Islands.
End of that over from Connell. Now into the beginning of the 4th over, so Fiona Herbert Mayers will continue. Bowling off breaks. It's cut away through point. Time for 2. Another good shot there from Gajnabi, who has looked quite assured since she has come to the crease. So I think a lot will depend on her from this point forward for the Guyana team.
Yeah, especially this partnership as well. Campbell just joining her. These 2 are the West Indies batters for Guyana. Yes, you also have Mandy Mangru to come. She has only faced 2 balls in this tournament so far, Mandy Mangru. Just 2 balls. A dot and a single.
Full delivery, driven firmly down the ground. Should be cut off, will not challenge the boundary, but it did get by the bowler in the air. So could think of it as a chance, although she didn't have much time to react to it.
Yeah, good use of the feet there from Shabika Gajnabi. I didn't see a lot of that when Barbados batted. I'm going to say, what do you say, Alanson? You said none.
Yeah, none. You didn't see anybody advancing down the pitch at all to any of the spinners. There she goes again, but she could be caught. Oh my, she's dropped. Dropped by Gordon. It came straight to her. And how much will that prove to determine the outcome of this game?
Yeah, using the feet there, Gajnabi, but it's something that we look to talk about as well. The score is very low. You look at the way Windward Islands went about their innings versus Trinidad and Tobago. They were almost in a position to lose that game because of the number of wickets that they lost at the top. Some ill-advised shots played out well as well. Shots in the air. There's absolutely no need for that, given the run rate required at this point in time.
Campbell facing up to her first delivery. West Indies wicket keeper, batter. Some turn, some bounce. Generous flight there and a slow pace being bowled by Herbert Myers. Getting the ball to get some nice turn and bounce off the wicket.
Yeah, just turning a bit too much there on that occasion. Herbert Myers.
Fuller and uppish. Single taken easily in the end. So there's enough happening here in the wicket for the spinners in particular to keep them interested. Although we have seen 2 wickets taken by Connell in her spell thus far. And Guyana, they're in pursuit of a score of 69. They're currently 20 for 2, needing another 49 from 16 overs.
Yeah, not in a bad position, Guyana. You don't want to be losing more wickets. That will certainly make Barbados feel as if they have an opening in this contest. Should be in form control if they don't lose wickets in a hurry, Guyana. To experience batters in the middle as well.
It's Connell. Some indecision here, and it's going to be, oh, it's a calamity here for Guyana. It's the end of Gajnabi. The 2 batters ending up at the same end due to that indecision. And are they committing suicide here, the Guyana team?
A run out of catastrophic proportion from Guyana. Just mentioned not losing another wicket. And the indecision between the running, should I go, should I stay? Barbados almost messing it up as well. But Trisha and Holder good backing up from her, effecting that run out of Shabika Gajnabi, who's also batted well for Guyana in this tournament so far. And she has to go back.
Well, it's all happening here at Annesville playing field. Not a foregone conclusion by any means this game. Barbados will fight to the end. And so far, it seems as if the Guyana team is succumbing to the pressure.
Yeah, it looks like they're making it harder than it should be. Barbados knows that they need to keep picking up wickets to win this match, and they've done so quite well. They've picked up 3 in the power play. That gives them a bonus point as well.
It's the diminutive figure of Mandy Mangru coming to join her skipper, Campbell. Well played there by Campbell. Covers up nicely in the approved manner, as they would say. The front foot. Bat and pad close together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a low score in total, but Barbados, they're up for the contest. It's good to see the fighting nature of these teams in the tournament. No matter how low the score is, they continue to fight.
So on its edge down to the field at deep third, Gordon. But I think we'll be very relieved that Gajnabi got run out because she put her down in the previous over. Down at long on. So she'll be one of the most relieved persons on the field, Gordon.
Yeah, also good. Shamila Connell into her third. Good to see that their fast bowler is giving a third over. She's already picked up 2 wickets. Has to be careful with the running, Guyana. They fielded so well. And now they have some indecision with their running.
But runouts tend to do that. Once one person gets run out in an innings, it can set the cat amongst the pigeons. Or the mongoose among the chickens, as we would say in the Caribbean. Not many people keep pigeons in the Caribbean, but we do keep chickens. Two for 12 so far from Connell. She has maintained that back of her length, or that short length for the most part. Again, some indecision in the running.
Yeah, you can see that Mandy Mangru is anxious to get off the mark. Mentioned that before this game, she's only faced 2 balls in the tournament. She wants to get back onto ball, wants to get off the mark.
It's well played. Brings the over to an end. At the end of the over, Guyana women there 22 for 3 in pursuit of 69. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Keswick Williams. Good night again, Keswick. And Herbert Mears continues to Campbell. Takes a single. Scores up to 23 for 3 after 5.1.
Good night to you, Allenson. Look like a night that Guyana will take it easy, or have to take it easy. Lost 3 early wickets. So they have to take it really easy. A sweep shot by Mangro. Normally, the Guyana team is a team that really sets the pace. Mangro is at the crease now, international player also. A skipper. So she understands what is needed to get them home. Well, innovation from Mangro. Well done. Reverse sweep. Not enough baton to it to get it to the boundary.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see that. Pleased to see the innovation. Pleased to see something different against the spinners. Put some pressure on them and well executed by Mangro.
Cutting that one, but straight to the feeler. In Knights, we'd really like to see her hit a few sixes. Could remember someone like Ashanda Paul, how small he was, but packs a punch. Speaking of small, when you look at Mangro, she's very small as well. Not sure if she can take it over the boundary, but would love to see that, Allenson. But it's the end of the over, dot to finish. The score is 27 for 3.
It's 27 for 3. Not going to really have that conversation about Mangro hitting sixes. But it's a good comeback here for the Barbados team. They would have thought that after having scored only 68 for 9 of their 20 overs that they would have let themselves down with the bat. But they have not given up. They have picked up 3 wickets already in the power play. And they are still in this game, even with only 42 needed from 14 overs.
Just a few good overs here needed by Barbados to somewhat pull themselves back into the game. 3 of Guyana mean batters is back in the hut. Gajnabi, Munisa and Grimmon. Skipper Campbell definitely have a job to do. We saw in the first game, use her feet well against the spin, pick the gap nicely. If they need to continue their winning ways, the skipper have to stay there.
Good bowling so far from Bruce. Keeping it quite straight, not allowing Campbell to have too much room outside the off stump. Also not bowling too short. She's not bowling with a lot of pace, so they tend to keep it close to the batsman in terms of length. To the batter, that is.
Just a slight change of feel. Down the leg side is Bruce, another wide. Umpire had a few exercises to do today. Calling the wide delivery. Punching that one down the ground easily. Just a single. It's very safe to say if they don't lose any wicket, or even if they bat out all the overs, they should get a victory.
I think that the task for Barbados is to to bowl them out, really, if they want to win the game.
Really well bowled is Bruce. Going for the fuller length.
Yeah, one on Yorker length. Not allowing Mango to get under that delivery or to free her arms. So good defensive bowling.
Loud appeal from the Barbados players, but umpire Bayam unmoved. Can't really see, folks. A little bit of graphics was blocking us for a bit.
It's probably the most inopportune time to put the graphics. As you see another replay.
That one pitching outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, probably a fraction high as indicated by umpire Bayam.
Looks a bit high as well, even though that she isn't the tallest of persons out there. Not a bad decision from umpire Bayam. Standing with him today is Jacqueline Williams. Out of Jamaica. With ball in hand is Elliott. Picked up a 5 for the tournament already. A full toss. Skipper just chipping and hitting it out to square leg. Comes back for a 2. Something I think that she was guilty of in that game, even when she picked up the 5 wickets, is her bowling full. Bowls are quite a few full toss, just a bit too much, I would say. Down the track again is Campbell, just punching it down to long on.
And this is good batting from Campbell. Seeing her advance down the pitch, and when she gets there, she's not just looking to hit the ball out of the park, but taking the risk-free option, just pushing it down the ground for a single.
Really, really good touch from Mango.
It's a Carl Hooper-esque late cut there from Mandy Mango. Of course, Hooper is also from Guyana.
Something about Mango that you would like. She's not packed with a lot of power. I didn't mention I would want to see her hitting a few sixes. You're not really going to get that from her. But what you're going to get is those nice touches, the reverse sweep, the dinks. She brings the innovation to the game, which is good. We haven't seen that a lot from any of the other female batters, but we're seeing that from her. Hence the reason why they just employed a feeler at third man.
Yes, that's a good position, I think, as you mentioned.
Cutting nicely. And the funny thing about it is that some of the feelers, so they're having a backward point, a feeler just in front point, and extra cover, and they're cutting the ball to those feelers and they're taking a single. My thing is, the feeler that is just in front of point must be the one that is saving that single. But all the feelers on the offside, especially backward point, point cover, and extra cover, all are on the circle. So it's easy to push the ball inside and get a single. And the thing about it, Allenson, is that there isn't a 30-yard circle for the females. It's actually 25.
And the singles will win the game for Guyana.
Definitely. So you must get somebody to try to protect that single. They don't have to do anything out of the ordinary now. Just 34 runs needed, as you just mentioned. So you must have somebody inside at least to protect that single. Everybody cannot be on the circle. Finding the edge again is Mangro. Down to the third man. Just a single.
Yeah, Bruce, she has maintained that line just outside the off stump, just around off stump on some occasions. So she has kept things quite tight and quiet. 1.2 overs, no maidens, none for 3. I think what she can probably think of doing is maybe bringing an extra feeler onto the offside, since she's maintaining that off stump line, or just outside the off stump.
Played Campbell. Just taking away nicely. No need to rush. They're well ahead of the game.
Yeah, the reason why I said putting that extra feeler up in the offside is to try to force them to go through the field just a bit more, because they're getting singles quite handily at the moment.
Down the leg side again, umpire doing some work.
I think I found out why you want Mango to hit these sixes, Keswick. You have an ulterior motive. I'm not gonna say it on air.
She looks like a complete player. I must add that though to her game. She don't really pack the power, as I mentioned over ago. She don't really have that power. She's not that type of aggressive player. What she do have is those things running down the ball to third man, looking for that single. Big appeal, loud appeal from Bruce. Just need to see the replay here to see how close it was. Looks like it's sliding down a little bit. Just want to see it again.
Again, an inopportune time for the summary to come up. But I think it was a very close call. Very close call.
It was definitely a good shout. Hits inside the roll of that front leg. Looks like it might go on to hit the leg some, but it was a good shot from Barbados. You still think it's 50-50, Allenson?
I would lean in towards the bowler on that occasion.
Definitely. I'm wondering if I'm a bowling commentator or a batting commentator. Pretty sure if the bowlers hear me, they'll be upset. But I'm definitely leaning towards the bowler here.
Yeah, it was a huge shot. Very, very close call. Umpire judged it to be not out. She's bowled. Campbell looking to pull this one through the onside. It was a short delivery. She missed it completely and she's bowled. These are the type of wickets sometimes leg spinners get.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's a bit lucky to get away with that one, Elliot. Because it was a slow delivery. Looks like Campbell pulling a little bit too early. But she's gone. Another wicket for Barbados. Skipper Campbell have to go She's gone for 9. The score is 38 for 4.
It's quite interesting here. And we're going to have a short break now for drinks as the new batter comes to the crease. And we'll be back with you with more action from the Ardersville playing field.
Yes, we're back here after the short jinx break. Here at the Arnisville playing field. Guyana taking on Barbados for those who just joined. Elliott picking up the wicket of the skipper. Early o'clock, a googly to Fraser. And that's all you need. Just a burst of energy. That's really good. But to continue proceedings here with me tonight is Stacey and Adams. How are you doing? Good night to you again.
Good night to you again, Kesrick. Hello to all the viewers. Barbados really liking what they're seeing from their bowlers so far tonight. Some tight fields being employed now by the skipper.
Loud appeal. On move is umpire Williams.
Yeah, that wicket of Campbell was very important as well. She was using her feet so
Extra
well.
feeler, Stacey.
Yeah, he's a long way away from proceedings. That extra fielder. All the way at deep fine leg. Yeah, and I was saying it was an important wicket to get for Barbados, not so much for Guyana losing that wicket of Campbell. She was using her feet well to the spinners. That negated the spin that was on offer to these spinners tonight. Mandy Mangru, she's been sweeping well. It was a good partnership between the two of them. Yes, a lot is happening out there for the spinners.
Something similar to what we experienced from her when she picked up that 5 wickets. Is Elliott, you don't want to get her tail up because she can do some damage. Fraser, who is an experienced campaigner out there with Mandy Mangro. Well, both players play for West Indies. Fraser the more experienced in terms of playing games.
Yeah, Fraser, he's known for her bowling, but I think she'll fancy herself an all-rounder, Kesrick, much like yourself.
Oh, stop it, Stacey. But you know what? If I'm in this position now, 30 of 10 overs,
I think I know where you're going with this, Kesrick, but continue.
the game would be finished in the next couple of deliveries.
I knew that's what he was going to say.
Swing to the fence. Swing, swing, swing away.
Yeah, you have a lot of turn out there, Kesrick. You might swing for the fence and get out.
Well, guess what? My coach told me, whenever you can't pick it, sweep it.
Yeah, Mandy is sweeping it well so far, but she'll be key to proceedings. 30 still required from 10 deliveries. 10 overs, I beg your pardon. Oh, how Barbados would love if that was the case.
They would have been licking their chops all now. Just over the field of that short mid-wicket to just skip a holder. They're running for 2. She's a batter that I think that has a bit of power. Why try to tuck it over the infield? Go hard. If she did hit it hard enough, going over Holder's head, it would have gone straight into the boundary, bisecting both fielders out there on the mid-wicket and the long-on boundary. Mayer's bowling her last over. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Changing the feel again. So there's a backward point and a point just in front. Fuller delivery on the line of the 5th stump. Fraser not looking to play a shot.
I don't know about you, Kesrick, but the line that she's bowling, I didn't mind the spinner, the slip in place. I beg your pardon. Just have to hope that night is good enough if there's a nick there going towards that slip card and that she'll be able to hold on to it.
Guyana really wouldn't mind those wides as well. That one just coming in with the angle. No damage done. They need her to stay there to the end. Both batters have to finish this game. That one just continuing with the angle. Going down the leg side. This is something that I've noticed with the teams in this tournament. A lot of the captain is not using the third man or fine leg. Not finding the gap is Fraser. But it's a dot to finish. The score is now 42 for 4.
Interesting how the game is turning out. Kesrick, a very low score. We've seen some low-scoring thrillers in this tournament so far. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Even that one today, Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago.
Short into the pitch. Mangro just tucking it on to the leg side, giving the strike to Fraser.
Yeah, she had to adjust her stance there, Mangro. She was heading down the leg side, looking to pull it. At the last moment, seeing that it was turning sharply away from her, she adjusted her stance and got in good position just to walk it around. Didn't see that adjustment from Campbell. And she was bowled.
Using the crease well is Fraser. Getting behind that one, just tucking it on to the onside. Straight to skipper holder. a full delivery, not getting enough bat onto it, it will only be a single. She have been getting away a lot with the full tosses.
Yeah, and that is what happens when you're seemingly on top of the opposition in terms of the dot ball percentage, you say. They haven't been able really to get things going in this innings as they'd like Guyana. That one, a full toss, just falling over the head of mid-wicket.
Attempting sweep from Mangro. Wide delivery though. Really, Guyana wouldn't mind those wide deliveries. Just 24 needed. Well played by Mangro. Looks a nice player. I will continue to say that until she shows me different, but so far she looks like a sound player. Trying to sweep. This looks plumb. Oh my God. Another commentator's curse. Stacey, I want you to take up this one because I don't want to say much about it.
Well, it was a very full delivery. The choice of shot was definitely wrong there from Mandy. She's been sweeping well all night. Perhaps would have been better looking to come down the track to that ball or driving that. Instead, she looked to sweep and it was very full. Once she missed it, it was always going to be out. And now they've sunk into further trouble. Guyana, 45 now for 5.
I think this commentator curse thing is spilling off on me, Stacey. As soon as you talk up that player, they always tend to do something different. So at this moment, I'm not going to say much. Because I'm not sure if it's me. But I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry, Mangro.
Yeah, well, you've seen 2 different dismissals, but 2 deliveries, you'll say, should have probably been runs from Guyana. That short ball from Campbell, count herself unlucky, you'll say. And that one, a fuller length. Looking to just sweep that one, Mangro. Ill advised. Oh, my goodness. A leave alone to start. There's an appeal. But wow. Keelia Elliott is making the ball talk tonight. Guyana, they have no answers.
Immediately, Keelia. Not sure what Mentor was looking to do. But really good from Keelia. Just one over left. Should she come back and try to go deeper into the Guyana batting?
She has 1 over remaining. I'm not sure if the captain will just let her continue or hold her back for 1. But I think they'll want to get deeper as quickly as possible into the Guyana batting efforts. Mentor usually opened the batting in that first game. Didn't get going. She's been dropped down the batting lineup now. Has a chance to redeem herself for Guyana. Let them put faith in her batting ability. 24 runs needed from 8. You go back to that match, Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. They need a similar effort to what Noel and Fontaine was able to do.
Even that Jamaica-Trinidad game, Trinidad needing 65.
And again, you look at what has transpired in this inning so far, and we've spoken of some baton to that one. That would have been
something she have been doing ever since she get to the crease. She plays back a lot. She goes back on the back foot for every delivery mostly.
Yeah, she does. And that's dangerous given what we've seen from these spinners so far from Barbados. But what I was saying is, you're looking at the innings, you mentioned that one as well, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, the value of having a set batter to take things as deep as possible. Someone who's been there for a very long time, faced a number of deliveries to get them out of trouble. There are two fairly new batters in the middle. Yes, Fraser's faced 13 deliveries, and Mentor has just faced one.
Yeah, so anything down the line of the stump to Fraser, she goes back deep into the crease, and sometimes it rushes her. So she's always behind the 8 ball in terms of getting the bat down.
Yeah, so certainly the spinners will have to be a lot fuller to her. Much like that delivery that Nijani Kamabach bowled to start. He's waiting on anything shorter. Fraser.
That one true mid-wicket. Mentor hit it. And a misfield. Result in 2. Oh, you got to look out there. It's a good square. Good pitches.
Yeah, some odd bunks there off the surface almost taking out Nijani Kamabach.
I hope she's fine. It looked like it did any damage to her. She looks good. She's ready. Yeah, punching that one out to short cover. Quick singler again.
Yeah.
Knights doing the backup.
Quick single, Kesrick, but had that been fielded cleanly, you would have seen the back of another Guyana batter. Because the communication wasn't there with the running between the wickets. You just have a look at it. Mentor was down. Fraser was unresponsive for a very long time. Luckily, Tiani Herbert Mayers dived over the ball and they were able to get that single. It could have been disastrous for Guyana.
And this is what will happen when you have tight bowling. As long as you keep things tight, Elliott is with ball in hand again. No surprises there. If she can pinch out another wicket here, it's going to be a lot of trouble for Guyana. Trying to sweep a full delivery again.
Yeah, you said it, Keswick. She's gotten away with a lot of deliveries. Some of them picking up wickets as well in this innings. Missing that very full delivery, Mentor.
Better delivery. If she keeps it there, she's fine. This one is cut, but cut straight to backward point. I think with probably at least 2 tight overs here would probably bring some panic into the Guyana dressing room. Just 20 runs, but without a set batter at the crease, it seems like a mountain to climb. Good work there from Connell.
Yeah, that delivery, another full delivery. Lack of foot movement towards the ball on that occasion. Mentor, long on and long off is in the circle. Some good connection on that one. Probably could have seen a boundary.
Another full delivery. Just a single. That over, just one from that over. Elliott finishing with figures of 4, 11, 2 wickets. Really good returns from her.
Yeah, 50 coming up as well for Guyana at the end of that over. 2 wickets for Killy Elliott. And importantly, she picked up the 2 threatening batters for Guyana. They had a good partnership, Mandy Mangru and Campbell. She picked up those 2 important wickets. How much will that impact the outcome of this game? It's left to be seen. Still 6 overs remaining, 19 runs to get.
Oh, you got to be careful, Guyana. You got to be careful. Not looking too confident. No, is Guyana. They just need to be smart. The game is very much into their hands. No need to play any big shots. Umpires getting closer to have a discussion or to check the ball. Normally to cut some shed off or something off the seam.
Yeah, looks like the third umpire is running out with that box of balls.
Have you ever been in a situation bowling, Stacey, and the shed is coming off the ball in any tournament?
I can't recall, Kesrick. I have to dive deep into my memory for that one. A message probably coming out for Barbados as well.
I wonder what would be the message coming from the coaches. Get us some dot balls in. Maybe the message from Guyana would be keep knocking it around. We're ahead of the game. No need to play any rash shots. You're well ahead, just 18 runs to go. Use your experience. Take it to the end.
Yeah, certainly, Kesrick. They need an equanimous figure to take them home from here. Someone to show that sort of calm approach in the middle. A lot of deliveries remaining. 18 runs. Still just need to keep walking it around. Doesn't need to go for that big 6 or 4. Much like that.
Just a single though. And something that I've noticed as well with the Guyana batters, they always run that first run a bit too slow. Especially the middle order. The top always run the first run hard. When it comes to Griman and Munisa Gujnabi, the skipper. But the low order batters always run the first one slow, never looking for a second. And this one is pulled around to square leg. Good work from her. Would only be 2 though.
Yeah, that one was dragged down there from Nijani Kamabach. Fortunately for Guyana, she was able to get back onto it. Garden running around, saving a boundary, keeps it to 2. Good effort from her in the field. All
Yeah,
these
definitely.
little things will come back at the end of this game.
Yeah, good diving effort. Full toss again, driven down the ground. The good word down there from Kamabach.
Kamabach has to finish well in this over. And that's no commentator's curse. Finish well indeed she has. Picking up that wicket of Fraser, that wicket that they needed so much. And now Guyana would say that they are feeling the pinch on the bench. Some nervous faces probably in that dugout at this moment.
Well, I guess it's a commentator's luck and not a curse. Because Barbados are happy. Not so for Guyana. Fraser is walking back. Not so happy. I told you, just a few dot deliveries, it would create that pressure. They're not in any sort of pressure at all, Guyana. But a few dot deliveries can cause that kind of pressure that will make Barbados feel as though they have a chance to come back into this game. Bruce now is back with the ball in hand. So a few tight deliveries from her can change things around again. They have to take wickets to win the game. Yes, it's just 14 runs.
Yeah.
But let's look at it. There's only 5 overs left. And a few tight deliveries could change things here.
Yeah, Grimmond has some batting pedigree. She's opened this batting for Guyana in previous years gone by. Play her trade more now with the ball in hand as an off spinner. They'll need her here with the bat now. Grimmond, mentor on strike.
First delivery here just cut out to point.
Yeah, Bruce on back on the ball. And now joined by my co-commentator, Mr. Alanson Cruikshank, and there's a misfield. Not what you need now, Barbados. Just picked up that wicket of Fraser. Now it's time for them to apply pressure to the rest of this batting lineup for Guyana. And I mentioned these little instances in the game can come back to haunt you. If you look back at that first game, Jamaica versus Leeward Islands. There's an appeal, but certainly no bat involved in that one. Alanson turning out to be a tight contest, tighter than you expected it to.
Yes, good evening, Stacey, and good evening to all of viewers. Definitely should not have been this close, but all the games today have ended up being quite close.
Working this one to the leg side. They should look for two. They're indecisive again, Guyana, and it's kept to one.
I think the right call was made in the end. I think if they had gone for two, then there'll be another run out. At the end of the day, they need 12, or well, actually now 11 from 4.2 overs. So there's no need to take the risk for the second if it's a 50-50 call.
Yeah, agreed. Good decision in the end. Grimmond now on strike.
Yeah, solid delivery there from Bruce. Yorker length delivery, so good execution from her.
Yeah, Herbert Mayers is done. Keelia Elliott finished also. In between bat and pad that time. Almost taking a leg stump. Good display of skills here from Shanika Bruce to end that over. 16 gone. Guyana 58 for 6.
You're not wanting to be struck on the toes. Grimmond removing her feet, but then by doing so lost her balance. Wasn't able to make contact with that delivery. Current run rate is 3.66. Required run rate 2.75. So the run rate is not an issue. The issue is that they have lost 6 wickets, and if they had to lose a couple more in the next over or two, then it can prove quite interesting, the ending of this game.
Yeah, the two batters in the middle, they still have the ability with the bat in hand. So all is not lost for Guyana. 4 wickets in hand as well. Najani Cumberbatch to continue as that wicket of Fraser to her name. And you say of the spinners on display tonight, she hasn't quite found her line and length, much like, well, Keely Elliott bowled a few loose deliveries that were not put away, but effective enough still.
Well, I would say she's more of a part-time spinner. I think a batter who bowls, while the others are frontline spinners. So she has done a reasonable job.
Yeah, manages to squeeze that one in the short third vacant area. But this is all that they need to do now, Guyana. Question is if they can maintain that. Just 10 more runs required.
Yeah, can they keep their composure? That's the question that is being asked at the moment. 6 fielders inside the circle. 3 out, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, lawn.
Yeah, good shot there, good power from Grimmon. They're looking for 2. Oh, wow. Close, but not close enough.
Well, I tell you what, the throw is actually not a bad throw, and if it had been gathered, may have resulted in the dismissal of Mentor, who was running to that end, the danger end.
Yeah, it was extremely close. It was a good pick up and throw there from Trishan Holder. Yeah, one thing I'll say of the tournament, low scores, but it's certainly testing the mental resilience of some of these batters and teams as well as Allenson. Gets this one into the gap that time. They look to come back for 2. She drops her bat in the process, Grimmon, but they get it quite easily.
Yes, and because she's dropped her bat, she's actually able to run those 2 more quickly. The issue would have come if the throw was coming to her end and it was closer. Then to make it ground, it's always easier with the bat in hand, but the actual running is simplified without the bat in hand. So they will only need 6 at the end of 17 overs. 6 from 3 overs. That's what Guyana needs in order to overhaul the total made by Barbados. And Barbados need to take 4 wickets. Can they do it? Who will win?
You look at the game and you'll say that Guyana is in the driver's seat. Just 6 runs remaining, but a wicket or 2 here could bring Barbados back into the game. Bruce with ball in hand to bowl her last. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, Bruce, but she's bowled well. Just unfortunate not to have that figure to that column, that wicket column. And she delivers a wide. We're talking about commentators' course all night. Kesrick will be on me about that one.
Yes, 5 needed from 3 overs. So looking more and more in favor of Guyana the last few overs also. Barbados will continue to fight. And they're not out of it just yet. They'll be thinking that they need 4 wickets, and those can come from 4 deliveries.
Yeah, that's how they have to be thinking, Barbados. More width that time, not called a wide. Just inside that guideline.
Yeah, that one was a bit closer. But she has changed her line of attack just a little bit. Probably attempting to drag Mentor across the stump as well and then look for that straighter Yorker delivery that she has been bowling. So maybe looking to set Mentor up for something that's a bit straighter.
Well, if you looked at that first game, Leeward Islands versus Guyana, that line and length that Claxton bowled to Mentor, she was unable to get bat onto any of it. She has to change her fate tonight. If Bruce continues to bowl that line and length just outside the off stump, she has to find a way to connect. Closer to her that time. Seems to like it there. Mentor walks it. And they take a good run in the end because it went straight to that fielder. But they were alert to taking a single there and got it quite easily in the end.
Yeah, what I predicted, that she will try to go straight because she knows she's been dragging Mentor across her crease. And she'll be hoping that she would have missed. And the LBW shout would have gone up for sure.
Yeah, full delivery played to Alison Gordon, who misfields, but it'll just be one. So getting ever so closer, Guyana, to pulling off a victory here.
Yeah, they only need 3 runs from all of 15 deliveries. So 1.2 runs per over needed. Spectators catch. Bump ball, as we say.
Yeah, this is good from Mentor to see. Well, hopefully for Guyana, she sees it home for them after being dropped down the order after opening in that game against Leeward Islands. Misses that line and length again. Doesn't seem to be an area of strength for her.
Yeah, that one kept a bit low as well. Didn't really bounce as much as she may have anticipated.
This time she connects past a diving Trishan holder. Asabi Calendar does good work, backing it up there, but they managed to get a single. So 2 more runs remaining for Guyana to pull off a victory. At the end of 18 overs, Guyana 67 for 6.
Yeah, 67 for 6 Guyana. A very important role being played here by Katana Mentor. 13 off 25. She has looked steady at the crease. Hasn't really flashed at any delivery in anger so far, and you'd think that if she just remains there, obviously, for the next few deliveries also, that her team will get across the line. And it would be, indeed, thanks to her, that partnership between her and Fraser, a key partnership in this innings and overhauling this total. However, they have brought back Connell Barbados, and they'll be thinking now, if we can get 2 quick wickets, including that of Mentor, who is on strike, then we can really be in it again, even though only 2 runs are required to win.
Yeah, I'll add to that as well. I mentioned that what Guyana needs is an equanimous figure to take them home, and Mentor presented that. She didn't try to hit any shots in the air. You see her just walking the ball around, picking the gaps at will. When she drives along the carpet as well. Didn't offer up any chance in her innings so far. So that was very important.
Yes, and now the scores are level. Just 1 run needed to win by Guyana.
Yeah, slower delivery. There's a mix-up. She just needed to hit it. Just needed to hit it, Kaisia Knight.
And that's the end of the game. Guyana, they have won by 4 wickets, chasing 69 runs for victory. A bit of a stop-start type of innings in the chase, but steadied in the end by Mentor. She's not out in the end, and Guyana have won, making it a trio of victories for the teams chasing today, Stacey.
Yeah, the teams bowling first, they've restricted well. That first game, of course, was a swashbuckling match between Jamaica and Leeward Islands, but these last 2 games, low-scoring affairs, managed to be pulled off by the team chasing. So congratulations again to Guyana, pulling off that victory. And I must say, Mentor definitely stepped up when they needed her to, after she was dropped down to the middle of the innings. So Guyana pulling off a victory. How do you assess the rest this match, Alanson?
Well, I would say it was keenly contested, with Connell taking 2 very quick wickets at the beginning. Really, it set things up nicely for the remainder of the innings. In the end, maybe an injudicious shot here and there from some of the batters of the Guyana team in the chase. And maybe a fortunate wicket or 2. I think that long hop that dismissed Campbell was a very big fillip to boost the chances of Barbados in this game. But in the end, the Guyana team through mentor who was able to steady the ship and to just bring an element of calm to the innings that seemed a bit frenetic at times. She was able then to get them across the line. So Guyana have recorded a victory in this fixture. We do have some more matches coming up on Wednesday. Stacey, and what are the 3 fixtures for Wednesday?
Yeah, a good game here between these two. Guyana coming up front on Wednesday, though. We have Jamaica versus Barbados in that first game at 10 a.m. At 2:30, Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands. And at 7 p.m., Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana.
Yes, interesting games. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. We always know that game. That's the curry chicken versus the chicken curry. And, of course, we know that you have Leewards versus Windwards, old rivals that once were combined islands back in the day, and then Jamaica playing against Barbados in the first game. So 3 interesting fixtures here for us on Wednesday in the 4th round of the T20 Women's Blaze here in the Caribbean. And what we'll say for you tonight is that we thank you for joining us throughout today. And we will see you on Wednesday at 10 a.m. where we'll have those 3 games coming to you in the 4th round. From me here, Alanson Cruikshank, and my co-commentators, it is a good evening. Thank you.